future frown. Candy, say, give me candy. Give me some, don't give me one, please. Never say yes and never say no. I should, I'll be honest, I'll know. And some morning I'll see you on the way to school. And I can stop you and say, hey, don't know what kind of shit you think you're trying to pull, but give me sprinkles on the ice cream. Get me a stick and poke at your neck. Never say yes and never say no. You can call me an I don't know. In a moment of passion, I've reduced to ashes. Oh look, there I am on the ground, a pit of pile of shit. So my future frown. Candy, say, give me candy. Give me some, don't give me one, please. Never say yes and never say no. I should, I'll be honest, I'll know. And some morning I'll see you on the way to school. And I can stop you and say, hey, don't know what kind of shit you think you're trying to pull, but give me sprinkles on the ice cream. Get me a stick and poke at your neck. Never say yes and never say no. You can call me an I don't know.
Hello! Alrighty. So, this is gonna be an episode largely about tidying up loose ends before we kind of call this a day. I'm at the final boss, as far as I'm aware. I have defeated Mesmer, I've got the Kindling, and I know there's some NPC quest lines I haven't done, so the plan tonight is to get those quest lines done and then fight the final boss. I'll just unmute the game. It's the joy of the capture window decides to do that every time you mouse over it. Okay, cool. I'm glad you liked the music choice, Rachel. That was a band called Kuromi. And the reason that I picked them because I like them, but also they got absolutely fucked over by Sanrio, who, like, I think demanded they change their name or something, and they're kind of hard to find as a result, but let's go. So I'm going to start by trying to do the St. Trina questline. So for reference, we unlocked St. Trina, but you need a certain NPC to be there for it to work. So... hello, nostalgic douchebag. Okay, so... we have to talk to... oh, that's right. They're like, I'm dumb, but I can poison people guy. I liked him. So how's everyone else doing? Hello, Ollie. As I said yesterday, I was teaching some work experience kids today, and I showed them how to use the cameras and the mics in the studio. So tomorrow, they're going to come in again and we're going to record an interview with a local artist who has agreed very nicely to come in.
Oh, are you not affected? Even with the spell broken, I'm feeling rather lost. Haunted by memories of St. Trina. Her visage, her scent, the lure of velvety sleep. Would kindly Mikola chasten me for falling for St. Trina, while knowing that she was the discarded half? The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to gaze upon her one last time.
Well, buddy, you're in luck.
Are you certain of this? Is this all a plot to make a mockery of me? Oh heavens, what am I saying? Forgive me. You deserve my deepest gratitude. I will make the journey to the southern coast, as you say, to venture into the depths of the fissure.
Oh god, where are we there? The boss before St. Trina. You mean this one? Orphan of Horse. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging, but that was the first try for me. The horse was one try. Fucking Mother of Fingers was like 6, and then I think the guy riding the pig was about 20.
Velvety ambrosia is this, your poison and the sweet sleep that follows. Oh please, let me hear your voice.
So, St. Trina, like... Is St. Trina actually a flower, or is St. Trina, like, asleep? Because is she like asleep inside? Yeah, it looks like she's asleep in like a cradle made from a flower. Yeah, the horse guys, they call it just the putrescence. There's like all these coffins and all the slime has like seeped out and made this thing called the putrescent night.
Thank you. It was all just as you said. To think, without your guidance, I wouldn't have seen St. Trina again. I'm drifting off in the sea of her poison. Soon I will hear her voice. Let me be. I won't be long.
So like I said, this is the cleanup stream, so like I've pretty much done everything. I am using a guide to finish the NPC quests, so apparently you need to just do this over and over again. Okay, I don't... What is putrescent night referred to as in the code? I don't know. I tried to go in not knowing as much as I could, but that kind of led to, like... I got spoiled on a bunch of stuff anyway. Knight of the Glow-Eyed Queen. Great. Does this mean Saint Trina was the Glow-Eyed Queen all along? There's been very little Glow-Eyed Queen stuff in here, as far as I've seen. How are we getting nectar out of this child? I'm concerned. Hello, Acherontis. We're just cleaning up the loose end quest lines. I'm using a guide for the quest lines, and then we'll do the final boss.
Mikhail, stop. Don't turn the poor thing into a god.
Almost forgot. You mustn't follow my example. St. Trina's poison would plunge you into an eternal slumber. It must be me, and only me. I'll thank you not to lie to me. I am the chosen, not you. Only I can doze off in the sea of St. Trina. Why would you hear her voice when I cannot? If you should utter these cruel untruths to me again, I won't be held responsible for my actions.
Hello, Jack. Oh, Jack, we found Saint Trina ages ago. She just doesn't do anything unless you bring the Thalia guy there.
Is beyond saving.
Never. Please, I cannot believe your cheek, and I will stand for it no longer. I will never.
Just warning everybody, one of my friends just texted me, so I might actually have to cut this short if this is something important that has to happen, although I don't know. I'll put my phone over here.
You must kill Mikhail. Grant him forgiveness.
I like how I haven't even finished the DLC and my brain's just like, how do we do a redemptive reading of this? Because I'm not terribly happy with the direction this has gone in.
I will never forgive you. For your trespass, you will know my poison.
Oh, there you are.
Why did you mislead me? Such strength, but for what?
No damage.
I was no good to anyone.
See, I thought, like, Nicola's flaw would be naivety, but then I thought it would actually be, like, if you're going to focus solely on Nicola and Nicola's journey and Nicola's leaving messages for you, there's room for, like, a maturation story.
Tell me.
And, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe the separation of Trina is, like, you can read that in different ways.
What did Trina tell you?
I did a redemptive read on Aldrich being eaten by Gwendolyn being eaten by Aldrich. I can try this.
You are a wretched, wretched soul. A nightmare come to plague me. Such a thing could possibly be. Could it?
I mean, you can read this as, like, Nicola is trans, and the Saint Trina half is begging you to get rid of the other half so that she can flourish. I think that's the best I can manage right now. So is that literally it? Okay, so this doesn't continue till we burn the tree. So, let's try Freya now. Okay. Nicola is repressing. Okay. Okay, I have to talk to Ansbach. We're gonna have to go back to Shadowkeep. Hello, Skyam. Siam? Yeah, Mikola sheds his capacity to love. But you can maybe invert that and say that Mikola's capacity for love shed Mikola. Uh-huh. Maybe. I'm desperate. I'll take anything at this point. So Freya's there. Okay, Ansbach never made it here. Okay. Ansbach's apparently on the first floor? Okay. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, Acherontis. It's like, the story is Mikola did the same thing as Marika, and it also didn't work. And I'm like, good. That you had 2 years. Hang on, I'm gonna have to look up where Ansbach is. Alright. Right. Okay, he's at Main Gate Cross. Okay, so is he still at Ballarat? It's the horn scent more. Okay. Retrieve the sacred rite scroll. Do I have that? That sounds like a key item. Good. The sacred rite scroll from the storehouse. Good. Give it to Sir Ansbecker's near storehouse first floor. It doesn't tell me where he is. I'm gonna have to look through this whole thing to see if I can find Ansbach, because it doesn't actually tell me where he is. It just says he's on this floor. I sincerely hope, like, I've not read much of the item descriptions in this, but I really hope they never try to make sense of the vulgar militia, because I just love that there's a bunch of tiny, angry, weird men. It's never explained. This is extremely Lothric Grand Archives. I need some fire. This looks like it should move. There are many such cases. There he is.
Righteous tarnished. It's been some time. There was one thought I could not dislodge from my mind. So, here I am, quite unable to move on. After Lord Moke's slaying at his dynastic palace, it appears his body has been absconded with and taken straight to kind Mikola. Surely you recall that I once served Lord Moog as a pureblood knight, after failing him in every regard, and losing sight of my vows. I'd do anything to make amends, in whatever meager way I can. What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains? The implications are rather unnerving. Wow, what's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly. As if using Lord Moog to gain entrance to the land of shadow were not enough, he plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Moog's soul. He desires only his empty shell. It beggars belief, but I'm afraid tender Mikola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better. Righteous Tarn, you have given me the... But I can hardly... I am a walk. Curse it. I could spend...
Okay.
The absent. Freya, by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war. A true Redmane she is, hardly troubled by the rot. Righteous Tarnished. Could you please give this to Freya? Thanks to you, she too will have the answer she requires. Yes. I can see her barreling into the fray right now.
Am I allowed to read this? Okay, but we could open a piece of paper. We killed the Mother of Fingers. We can peek in a letter. Anyway. So where's Freya? Freya's on level 4, isn't she? 7th, okay. Okay, but, like, what you're saying, Acherontis, is exactly what I thought this was going to be. Because I thought it was going to be, like, they mentioned, like, Mikola renounces something. And I'm like, is it going to be that Mikola goes all the way to the Shadowlands and realizes that gods aren't the solution, and Mikola just renounces, like, that he'll ever be Lord? And that just, like, ends the gods forever because they're the cause of all the suffering in the world, and that's how Mikola redeems them? But no!
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
If Freya's a Redbane, does that mean Radahn had, like, a West Country accent?
From Sir Ansbach? To me? What on earth could it... Yes.
We shall now challenge the stars.
As the Festival of War concluded, General Radahn's soul met an honourable end, but kindly Mikola wishes to revive it, which is fine by me. I know it would pain old Jeren, but war has always suited General Radahn best, and certainly far more than any honourable death. Endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion.
Okay, so that's... Okay, back to... We've the Scourge of the Stars. Where's this way? Hang on, okay, I didn't realize you could do this. Is there anything in here? No. Is there? Oh, whatever. I better not have to keep going back to Ansbach because the number of... I'm already just running past these guys. Okay, he's gone. Christ. Okay, hang on. Return. It just says return to Ansbach. He's not here. Is there another room on the other side that's symmetrical? Have I gone the wrong way? No. It just says exhaust his dialogue, but he's not there anymore. Do I just have to reset the area? Hang on. He's not in the Shadow Keep. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Go to High Road Cross. Do we have a new Nexus? No. Yeah, in the last stream, we beat Mother of Fingers, we beat Mesmer, we beat Gaius. We've pretty much done everything. I know there's like a giant fuck-off dragon boss I haven't done, but I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, Ymir is an interesting name for that reason, and also because Ymir is like a being from whom like parts of his body were... I'm saying his. Parts of Ymir's body are cut off, and they become like the world, and like the maggots in Ymir's flesh become the dwarves. And Ymir is like, we say he, him for Ymir, but like Ymir is described as like this hermaphrodite being from which like life sort of emerges. And that kind of fits with Meteor as like the mother of fingers.
Oh, hello. Did you feel it? Mikula the Kind's enchantment appears to have...
We'll go fight the kiln thing, because I figured out how to beat them.
To kindly Mikula
It wasn't very
remains
interesting.
Unchanged. By my troth, I am not so sure about the others. No, wait. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I can wield my sword to cull the undeserving, those unfit to bask in tender Mikula's presence. I should have thought of this earlier. Right. It's time to begin ferreting out those of us who don't deserve to be at kindly Mikula's side.
What happens if I suggest Tholio? Okay. Whatever.
Tiolier, it's true. I fear his vows to Mikula for this very reason. Tioli, St. Trina's, she is, after all, even if she was left behind.
We'll just fight one of these to show you what it's like. So, I remember fighting this and thinking like, well, it's a Souls game. I wonder what you do. You don't just hit it in the ankles until it falls over, do you? You hit it in the ankles until it falls over. This might actually not be a great place to fight it because I'm in this encampment, but... let's wait for it to come out the front. Oh, hang on. Get off the horse, come on. Okay. Get over here. Got its attention. I want to try to get on some flat ground. Okay, whatever. You hit them in the legs, they fall over, you hit the head, it doesn't have damage, that's the end. There was one boss that had no ankles because it was just fingers. That's why the Albinaurics are the ultimate life form, because they have no ankles. Anyway. We have to go burn a tree. And it's like up here somewhere. No, hang on, it's where the Rao are. Okay. There was an Albinauric, like, shack. I didn't really see it. I haven't read most of the item descriptions in this, I've just been playing through it. The thing is, because I'm live, I don't want to, like, waste time reading stuff. The problem is Irate Gamer is not really a point of reference anymore, so I can't do his whole, like, what is this, buddy? An Aesir painting? I don't think so thing. The name is... Maybe it doesn't have one. Enia Ilim, that does sound kind of Sumerian. I mean, so does Bellarat, really. It has a sort of like Mount Ararat sound to it. Actually, yeah, this is very, very, like, Sumerian looking. Like the sort of, the bark with the... Well, so much Sumerian, like, is that ancient Near East looking? And that's got a very, like Griffin sort of look to it. So yeah, this is... yeah. I like how that's... that's probably an actual, like, level asset that they've just shrunk down. Anyway. Yeah, that's the... something in this... Oh! Oh, it's the vast bouncing man. I love him. This guy here, like, single-handedly justifies the DLC. He just bounces everywhere. I thought bleeding him would be quicker. Oh. That's amazing. Again, like this, like, I think Elphael and the Erdtree canopy are, like, really nicely designed as areas, but the enemy placement is terrible, and you just run through them. This feels a lot more reasonable. It's like a more reasonable Elphael. They should have just called this more reasonable Elphael. But yeah, the other thing about this is, like, it's sort of reusing the, like, horned people from a distant, like, time thing. I mean, I said this on Blue Sky, but the more I look at it, the more I look at things in the base game, and I think, well, why is that there now? because you've basically made it redundant by doing a different version of it that you kind of make a bigger deal out of, if that makes sense. Like, a lot of this is treading the same ground as the Eternal Cities and the underground areas, to the point where I now think, like, well, what is the narrative point anymore of the underground areas? Because you've basically done the same story again. But you've actually, like, really, really hammered home this is the important part. So it's not this, like, evocative thing of, like, the horned people from, like, prehistory and the genesis of America and all that stuff. It's just, like... I don't know. And, like, the fact that the Putrescent Knight's internal name is Knight of the Glowmite Queen kind of says that, there maybe wasn't that much of a, like, solid plan when they started, if something that significant's been removed. But we'll see. I'm not going to bother. My blessing level. Oh, hang on. We'll find out later. The thing about Bloodborne is that, like, it's set in one quite small location over one quite short span of time. So, like, and same is also true of Demon's Souls, sort of. So, like, kind of no matter what you do in that, if you start moving assets around and, like, combining characters and splitting characters into two and, like, changing little story beats and things, it all still coheres aesthetically. So you can kind of do whatever you want with it, and, like, it also has the sort of built-in thing about, oh yeah, like, this is supposed to be a weird fever dream nightmare situation, so the fact that large chunks of it kind of don't 100% make sense actually adds to it. It adds to that sense of, like, confusion and sort of panic that you literally have no idea what's going on a lot of the time. Hello. Oh my god, that guy respawned? Jesus. I got revered Spirit Ash. I figured he was just dead. You know, the thing is, I like this DLC in a vacuum, but it hits this point where it's like, well, actually, some of the base game is sort of redundant now, you know? think we're just going to run past him. I think it would have made a lot more sense as Elden Ring too, actually. Like, I started this by saying it's like a more reasonable version of Elfale. Now it's just Elfale. We won! Now it's the Ring City. Hang on, I've got a, like, massive holy deflection thing. I was talking to Autumn about the cycles thing the other day, and it's like, I don't really care when they do like, oh, this world is in an eternal cycle, if it's just a way to be like, all these stories are set in nominally the same universe, but there's kind of a reset in between each one, but also not really. Okay, hang on. I've got a... It's like a... Is it like... Here we go. Boosts holy damage negation by the utmost. What was it before? It's gone from 51 to 62. Sure. I'll take it. Actually, hang on. Can I stack this? I can get it to 65. Oh, it doesn't stack with Haley Drake. Okay. Hey, Gyobu. We're in what I'm fairly sure is the final area. I'm looking to see if there's a way to jump off the side, but I don't think there is. Like, this is the exact thing I was praising it for not doing. So this for reference, there's enemies in the Ringed City that do that, and I always kind of singled them out as like, Christ, this is bad. And I'm like, Elden Ring doesn't do that, and then now they put them in the end of the DLC. Oh my god, he followed me! Oh! I'm half tempted to kill that guy, and then I'm like, he'll just respawn, won't he? Okay. There's a door yet. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, I'll just run. Actually, hang on. Let's... hang on, that. And... okay. I'm just gonna, like, tank as much as I can, because that whole area is, testing me. Is that guy fucked off yet? Okay, he's fucked up. Oh my fucking god. I don't care that I can't just open the window, I don't care that I can't require any golden bolts. Can I unscatter myself? No. Oh yeah, the Mesmer fight. So like the thing about the Mesmer fight is something happened and his second phase, like it spawned with like 20% hit points, and I just killed him that way. I thought he was fine, honestly. The boss I had the most trouble with was actually just a guy riding a pig, who took, I think, 12 tries, which is a lot for just some weird guy. Whereas, like, all this other weird, like, eldritch god shit was over in, like, maybe half a dozen. Yeah, Gaius took, like... no joke, Gaius took me more tries than, like, any other boss. And he is literally just a man on a large pig. So hang on, this is the thing that was shooting me down there. So like, I think it's a little unreasonable. Oh look, it's the Eternal Cities again. Another one. Because now what we have to do, right, is we have to find out which of the bosses was supposed to be the Glow-Eyed Queen. Bottom of the hanging pillars. Oh, alright. I see. Hey, Gaius was the Glow-Eyed Queen. Glow-Eyed Queen is actually his drag persona. Okay, it's back to being reasonable now, but that pathway was ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh, fucking hell. Oh no, I don't think the Glow-Eyed... I think the Glow-Eyed Queen is like an abandoned plotline because she's added like... They don't seem to mention her until pretty late and she seems like she's made of recycled assets. It's like the Godwin thing where Godwin becomes a weird mermaid. Like, that's not... I will never... No. Like, that's... Oh, did I find Tibetat Godwin? I don't think I did. I found a Godwin face on the side of a wall. There was like a Death Knight and I killed him. But, like, Velka is just, like, a narrative dynamic. Like, the reason she's not really well developed is because she's just there to be like, okay, there's this god that exists outside the other gods, and she governs sin. So when you see the Velka stuff, it's, like, the game telling you, hey, something went on here that the gods don't want you to know about. And, like, something has gone wrong here. Like, there is something... Some blasphemy, some sin has been committed, and the only god you're finding there is the one that's the outsider. So, like, that's part of why the painted world is as creepy as it is, because it's like, well, like, they don't come out and say it, but it's like, you find the Velka stuff in the painted world because the painted world is where the gods put all the things that they don't want people to know about. Like, that's Velka. Like, there's not supposed to be, like, a big story around her, she's just that. Whereas Glow-Eyed Queen is weirdly like, I don't even know if she has a role in the story anymore, because if you think about the Glow-Eyed Queen, her purpose in the story is she holds death before Malekith. Malekith beats her up and takes death. But like, if you just skipped that step, and you just had Marika gave Malekith death, nothing would change. It would be the exact same story apart from one little weird beat. I think, actually, it might be there because they want to give Melina something to do. Because Melina's whole thing is, like... She sort of develops... Like, she starts off the game with amnesia and then she develops into her own person, and that part of her remembering, like... Presumably remembering, like, the Glow-Eyed Queen is part of that. Like, it's part of her arc. But I don't know if it's really, there's much going on beyond that. That can't have been to get a horn tender. Interesting. Well, here goes nothing. I feel like I could have made that. Cadaver's surrogate. Oh god. Like, for reference, I brought this up before, but in case people don't know, if you look at the model of Godwyn that they use in-game, in the... There was a ladder? Oh, okay. My apologies. Will this be how they reintroduce Gilligan into the series? Alright. But yeah, the Godwyn mermaid thing, like, that mesh doesn't fit together. Like, it's just rammed together. They overlap in a really awkward way. And what happens is that, the waistcloth kind of covers the joint. And I am willing to bet anything the reason it's like that is because when, the top half of that model was made, it was made... I'm just going to run past everything. It was made to be sticking out of the ground. So it doesn't have a bottom half. It was like buried up to its waist in something. Oh, for... Well, this is the Maiden's Thorn thing, like, this is, again, like, I think they had something else maybe planned, but basically, this whole story with the Old Tarnished, like Bernal and Istvan and Vike and everything, that relies on Bernal's maiden burning herself in the flames, so presumably anyone can, it's just that when you burn Melina, it doesn't quite work. Because you need to have Destined Death unbound. And they didn't unbind Destined Death. I think it's literally just that. Thank God, I fucking hate you so much. I'm trying to think, like, which is the most likely direction for his side of grace, because I don't want to have to go through that again. Let's try up. Oh, the lift goes... Okay. I think the elevator moved because the guy stood on it. That looks final boss-y. Alright. Is there something under here? Is this where I was before? It is. Okay. I'm just up where I was, right? Hang on. Is there a way to make that go all the way down? Like, can I send that down to get to... No, that wouldn't work. Because there's no spot for it to go. Alright. Oh, go away. This was all pointless, wasn't it? That was for a somber... Oh, for God's sake. Really? What? Oh, that's a Horaloo's move. I'm not taking any chances because I do not want to have to run through all this crap again. Let's have a look-see. Thank God. Will this be the first Grace Mimic?
Never kindly Mikula, was it? The Erdtree was leading you all
This feels like a
along,
boss.
so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with? I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the Erdtree desired all along. The clashing of the favored lords, such that one would prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Mikula the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
I can't be bothered fighting later. Do I have to fight later? Okay, fine. Who's that? Oh, Talia and... They'll arrive at the appropriate time. Okay. Yeah, I don't like what they've done with Mikola in this. Largely because it's just the same thing they did with all of them, which is like Marika's child went mad with power and became a monster.
Don't you dare approach Mikola the Kind. Needle Knight's leader, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
I am the Red Mane Freya. The time has come. I could not hope for a worthier foe. This is our moment. Let's make it something to remember.
Uh-oh. Whoa!
Your lord is slain, and you are next, Marika.
I am Ansbach.
Oh, okay, they're doing like a,
I stand.
Crown of the Ivory King thing, right? Hang on. My blessing level is, I think, 14.
Don't you dare approach Mikola the Kind. Needle Knight's leader, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies will never allow this.
I am the Red Mane Freya. The time has come. I could not hope for a worthier foe. This is our moment. Let's make it something to remember. You were fine. In your part, truly a glorious battle.
I think Hornsent showed up because I didn't summon him to fight Messmer and he got pissed off at me. But I didn't realize you could summon him to fight Messmer because I didn't see his sign. Because it's inside the arena.
I am Ansbach of the pure blood. I stand with blade aloft.
Shit, okay,
blood of
they
fire,
put out a lot of damage.
for the dignity of my lord and master Moog.
I am here to serve St. Trina evermore.
I can't fathom your convictions. After knowing kindly Mikola, what remains to pledge to your lord of the world?
It is just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you two deserve to face the reckoning.
I am deeply sorry for doubting you. I am here only to grant St. Trina's singular wish. I will stop Mikola the Kind. He will never become a god.
Tiolier, I seem to
Like,
have made
this
poor
is...
judgment
Oh god, it's chaotic.
about you, or perhaps St. Trina.
Oh, Mikola, please, redeem our clan.
He's not.
make the world a gentler place.
How many runes was that? Ooh, well, okay. I can level up one more time. Okay, that's extremely final boss, isn't it? Like, this has to be the final boss. Okay, so we've been going for about 1.5 hours, so I am going to break very briefly for about 5 minutes after I level up, and then the rest of the stream will be go back. Okay, hang on. I'll level up first. I'll probably fall off on the way back. Let's just get an extra point of endurance. Okay. Arnsbach's back here, apparently. You missed Arnsbach. Okay. Oh!
Righteous tarnished. That was an astounding battle, to be sure. Now I suppose this leaves only one. But in truth, I cannot calm my quivering. Challenging a god is no small matter. Oh. Something you want to get off your chest? Well, you needn't worry. It was you, wasn't it? Who defeated Lord Moog. Fear not. I bear no grudge against you. His Eminence was felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking lordship. Besides, what right have I to complain? I blame the enchantment more than anything. Righteous tarnished, we will have our victory. I swear upon my blood. I'm afraid I underestimated the lad. Appearing frail in both body and mind, I presumed it'd be like to stumble upon the field of battle. What a fool I was. He serves another master, but Setiolier performed magnificently. Perhaps he too quivers with anticipation, as do we.
Okay, so that's very obviously, like, very final bossy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to come back again. That'll be my one break, and the rest of it will just be us trying to beat the final boss. So I'll return quickly. Okay, we're back. Alright. Reckon we should swap that out for the braid. It's lovely to be back. Ansbach and alright, let's go.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
I think this is supposed to be the Crucible, yeah. Because they mention that, like, Ballarat is, like, the place the Crucible was originally worshipped. Yeah, this has, like, I don't know. It has some kind of energy.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay. See, I was thinking not so much Star Wars sequel trilogy, but like an OVA that's like doing a weird fan servicey bit that only makes sense if you've read a manga. Or like this is like, I don't know. Yeah, somehow Radahn returned. Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay. I think it's fair to say we're not doing very much damage. But Ansbach has like a... See, Ansbach's got a scythe, and I've seen Ansbach bleed things out before. I'm wondering... I'm not doing a huge amount of damage, but I'm wondering if I can pressure him with the Blood Flamberger, because I've got wild... Although that means I can't Bloodhound step out of the way. We'll see how this goes.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, that... He seems like reasonably... like I could bleed him. Hang on. Okay, so Erdvidan, that's what we were saying before this came out, that, like, was this going to be about Mikola accepting that, like, sort of Mikola maturing and becoming Saint Trina? And instead it's the opposite, it's Mikola throwing Saint Trina down a pit and turning into an asshole. Which is exactly what I didn't want to happen, but it's happened.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Like, look at that damage.
It's up to you now. Grant St. Trina's one way.
Here we go.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Mikola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Great! Yeah, it's literally the Twin Princes fight again. Actually, hang on. Does he have extra health with summons? Because sometimes they don't do that in this. I'm gonna see.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity. He did seem to take less damage. More damage, sorry, when I just had Arns back. I don't know if this is doing the Souls thing of buffing their hit points, because sometimes it doesn't. General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I seem like I'm doing, like I'm chunking more out when it's just Ansbach. Remember how Patch's quest line in this ends with him giving the castanets, and then he just dies in a hallway?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Oh, he goes back to his cave and dies, but yeah. Oh, does he go back to his cave? I thought he just disappeared. Half your total DLC defeats a Radahn. Okay. Would it be crass if we tried to use Scarlet Rod on Radahn?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains
we
do
rotted him.
not belong to you. Lord Moog will
Ooh,
have
that's
his
actually
dignity.
like pretty easy to do. He's weak to it. I'm assuming phase 2 is probably like, it would be a different entity that inherits his hit points. Actually, hang on, what? What does my flask have in it? Oh, it's got damage negation. Oh, whatever.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Are we gonna get the cutscene during my death? Yes, okay. I haven't fought Bale yet. I know Bale is the enormous dragon. Actually, hang on. I've got... Let's take a detour. I apologize for this, but I ran out of the bleed bolts, so I'm just going to I think Scadu goes to level 20. It's like, here's a... It's down here. Is it here? Hang on. Oh, God. What the hell are you doing? Here. I am completely lost. Hang on. I know there's a merchant, like, around here. Like, at the end of a corridor, but I can't find it. That's where I came from. It's, like, around here. Oh my god. Meanwhile, my stupid spirit ashes have gone off and started fighting the non-hostile zombies that explode when you touch them. No, wait, that's the... Oh my god. This can't be the... Is this it? Yes, it's this one. It has to... Good, okay. I know where I am now. Here we are. Hang on. The Great Shield soldiers use frost. I wonder if I can use them and just get them to freeze Radahn. That might be worth trying. Hang on. Okay, hello. I want all of your Rotbone bolts, please.
Tôi tiếng Việt.
Hang on.
I'm afraid of them.
No, you have the most to offer of all because you let me lead things out from a distance. Okay, hang on.
Oh, is there anything?
350 will suffice.
I'm afraid of very little.
What are you doing now? Oh, God. Oh, for God's sake. Hello, Alhazred. Yeah, we did Mother of Fingers in Emir. Okay. Okay, let's try a different approach. Let's see. I imagine he will probably kill them because he's really fast and can get behind the shields, but it will try anyway. Oh, well, all right. I know that there's a Erdtree avatar, but I didn't find it. And I know that there's a massive dragon called Bale, and I didn't find that either. I mean, I know where it is, I just didn't find it. Okay. Oh!
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you.
Okay, the Great Shield Soldiers, from what I can see, he's already killed half of them in like the first couple of seconds. So I think we can agree that didn't quite work. I think Taisha's probably the best shot. Where is she?
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah, that's the thing I can notice about Marika, that like the base game is all like, the people of the Eternal Cities were the same people as they were like the kin of Queen Marika, and you find like all the Marika stuff that's in the Eternal Cities. There's references to like the Newman, and like the Newman's runes are in the ants in the cities, and it's like, oh, okay. And now there's like, no, she just came from a village. Cool new weapons. I am rocking this Zweihander. I will always rock this Zweihander. Actually, yeah, let's just grab Tellier.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, well that's sort of worked. I should actually probably switch out the second crystal tier for one that blocks one hit, because he always hits me just as I'm calling forth Taish. So I'll do that next time.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
What? Yeah, his resistances have massively changed. I don't think he bleeds anymore. Oh god, he's doing Melania's stupid thing. Oh no, he does bleed, okay. But
Come on, you Lord. A Lord not for gods, but for men.
oh, he's doing, yeah. Hi, Dahlia. We're on the final boss. Hang on. No, the Greater Will specifically, like, it sent its stuff to this world, and then when Marika broke the ring, it fucked off.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Hey, Sin. Yes, Sin, the final boss is Radahn again. You excited? I don't have a heavy shield at all. You see, Sin, Mikola used Moog's body to resurrect Radahn. That's a real thing that happened. I probably could grab, like, a heavy shield, because I've got the strength for it.
General
Okay, well,
Radahn,
Tasha's dead already, but...
a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm gonna actually use one of these. So I want to see, do I actually have, like, I've got the Dragon Crest Great Shield. Do I actually have, like, a shield on me? Am I still heavy load? Hang on. I'm not going to try this yet, but... it might be feasible. That's at least a feasible build. Because I won't slow down, but we'll try it another time. I've still got the wrong talisman on, never mind.
Rodan. A pleasure to see you, after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Can I craft any? Okay, hang on. Let's keep that for next. Yeah, but Sin and Boyfriend, like, I think it's reasonably agreed upon that Artorias of the Abyss is, like, one of the best things they did. So, not as good as Artorias the Abyss is, like, you know, we'll take that, frankly.
General Rodan, a pleasure to see you, after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, this... Okay. Now, I remember this being a total pain in the... Yep. Already. Like, alright. This is like...
It's up to you now. Grant Trina.
He's fucking healing himself. He's healing himself. I did not realize. What was that? Because I just looked down and suddenly his HP was back. Is he doing the Melania thing where he heals you by hitting you? Because if so, that is beyond obnoxious. Okay, it's not the Millennium thing, thank fucking God. I have a plan. I'm gonna follow Dahlia's advice. I'm gonna bring a really big shield. Okay.
Now.
Hey, what did we prank? Thinking 100. Okay, we need something that takes a somber smithing stone, because I have lots of those. Huh. I didn't know that was 100% physical resist. Okay. Oh, I think we need to do Madam Web again, because I have new things to say about it. It's like my MD Geist. Hang on, so that was 16, 8, 13. I haven't got the faith for it. Only 47, okay. Let's go for it. Okay. Have some bell bearings to drop off. I think I have 300 runes, fuck it. Okay. I'm just gonna hop off for a second. I'll be back again in a bit. Hello again. So something about Madam Web is that there is a theatre in my city, like a very old multiplex, and it has a beautiful area, beautiful cinema in it. That's Cinema One. It's just called Cinema One, and it is enormous. It is like an amphitheater. The screen is gigantic. It has tiered seating. You can like it seats hundreds and hundreds of people. It's like somewhere you would have like a fancy like premiere. And I went there to watch Madame Web. And that place has now closed. Today I found out that the beautiful Ballarat Regent Cinema has closed forever. And the last thing I saw in it was Madame Web, which I saw on Valentine's Day, and I was the only person there. I don't know, is it depressing? You want to hear something really depressing? I pre-ordered the Madame Web DVD and own a Madame Web t-shirt. I went full webhead. Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Okay, so thank you, Dahlia, for the shield thing. So what I think I'm going to do is... if I can just last out his combos. I can hit him with a guard counter and oh, he's not dying, is he? Okay, so what's happening with him, with the healing, is that when Taish hits you, you get a debuff to, like, it shrinks your hit point bar by 10%. When the debuff wears off, you don't get hit points back, but the bar re-expands. It's basically a debuff that's wearing off. Oh, hang on, I really should. Oh no, fuck it. Claymore's a bit faster. I wonder if I can put bleed pressure on that way. No, this is getting too complicated. I have a blood flamberge I can use. Actually, we'll just use... no, there it is. Okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
doing a little better, I think. A little better. Yes, Radahn is Katekyo Hitman Reborn. If Sin's still here, she'll hear that, and she'll come running back. I mean, Mikola is kind of a superpowered baby, so in a sense. I want to get rid of the shield bash because I'm not going to use it, so... Oh, it can't be changed? Okay. No, never mind. Oh yeah, because it's got a big horn on it. Okay, I get it. Oh hey, Troubled Maker is here. Hello. I don't think I can change the Ashes of War on this thing. It's not letting me. Like, it's not an option. Yeah, good to see you too. I haven't spoken to you for a long time.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you.
Already.
Lord Moog will have his dignity.
It's up to you now, Grant and Trina.
Oh, that'd be great, Troublemaker, yeah. Can I make rock grease? God, there's too many bolts. I wonder. Now you can use you can use, what are they called? Warming stones to heal Spirit Ash, but I don't know if we're going to do that. Because with the fight goes all over the place. Heavy clay, no, I want my heavy Zweihander. How many? Yeah, at least one of our 37 rune arcs.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time.
Oh
Those
my god!
remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm wondering if I can, like... but then I have to switch the shield out. But, like, he's quite vulnerable to Scarlet Rot. How much rot grease do I have? Can I make more rot grease? Do I have the recipe for rot grease? I don't think I do. Oh, I'm out of root resin. Okay, great. The thing is, like, you can't... You have to wait for one person to be summoned before you summon the other one. Come on. You ready? Thank you. Okay, boom.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
This is already a lost cause. Okay, it's 11 o'clock for me now, PM, and I don't really want to go till after midnight, so we may actually just end without killing him if he's not dead in the next hour. Hang on. Part of me is thinking maybe just use the Godskin Peel as weapon art to melt him. Yeah, you're right, Tolier's not very useful, so maybe we won't bother with him. I think he might be giving the boss an HP buff as well, I'm not 100% sure.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Sadly, my Madam Web DVD is not actually within reach. Right, bring it out and show everyone. That's not working at all. The light rolling. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is a very specific... Even if I remove the shield, I'm still heavy rolling. A medium rolling. Yeah, like, this is it. Like, I can't actually get to light rolling without removing all of my armor, which is kind of my only defense right now. Like, I'd have to respec the build if I wanted to try light rolling. We will never sacrificially burn the Madam Web. No, the thing is, Alhazred, someone will do this level 1, no damage, no rolling, fist only. And then that will be used as evidence that anyone who thinks this fight is even slightly unreasonable is just casual.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I remember, like, there was a post on Reddit that was like, everyone who says that Malekith doesn't have enough openings in his moveset, read this. And it was like someone going, I successfully beat Malekith no damage without rolling after 12 hours practice. And I'm like, I'm sure you did. That's not... I don't know how to dodge that. I don't even know what it is. Now, I don't...
promise you 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
I am doing no damage. Like, I am hitting him and it's doing nothing. It says he's weak to frost. I could try frost. I feel like if you completely respect as a mage and just shot him from a distance, it'd probably be more doable, but... Maybe I need more Erdtree because I'm on, like... My blessing's 14. I think my partner's almost done this, but she's level 300, and I don't really feel like grinding up another 130 levels today. Level 19, okay.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
We're gonna get the face transition during the death. No, okay, good. This is new game. Scadu goes to 20, I'm on... No, this is new game. This is not new game plus. This is new game level 170 something. Scadu goes to 20, I'm on 14. I think they probably expect you to have 20, but I don't really feel like forcing people to watch me look for Erdtree fragments. Instead I'll force them to watch me fight Radahn. Is there anything that'll, like... Boosts guarding. Okay, we'll try that. Yeah, Mikola's got four... Mikola has forearms like the god Mikola does.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
You're playing on max new game plus 300. Okay, good night, Acherontis. The reason Mikola in the egg has a weird giant arm. It's Morgoth's body. They just reuse it. It's like Morgoth's body and like one of the weird cocoon eggs from where the Scarlet Rot ants are, I think. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, JMH, $50. Thank you so much. JMH knows the algorithm's not our friend because they follow me on Blue Sky, and I've lamented that we have, I think, never ever gotten any promotion whatsoever at any point in the last 5 years.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Taisha's dead without even procking the death thing once. Like, that's an absolutely minuscule amount to do for, like, a critical damage riposte thing. Like, I'm literally just relying on Arnsbach to bleed him out at this point, because I don't know if there's anything I can actually do to this guy, because he's taking so little damage. I think it expects you to be on, like, level 20 Erdtree Blessing, but... Like, Tholia's dead.
It's up to you now.
So now everything explodes and we're fucked, basically. Like, he's not, like, it's not even showing up on the bar. It's, like, less than 1 pixel. Like, what is that? I'm gonna have to, yeah... Am I gonna have to use a katana? Am I gonna have to become that person? Am I gonna have to respec after making it through the entire game? Up to the final boss of the DLC? Entirely using a Zweihander. Oh, there's a cat here now. Where is he? Oh, he's just left, okay. There's a feral cat I look after, by which I mean I leave food out for him and he comes indoors. I might actually switch it for the blood flamberge because, like, I'm just not... I'm literally doing, like, less than a pixel with some of those hits. I know people like katanas, but, you know, like, if you look at my fashion, I'm rocking, like, a Launchknecht look, and Launchknechts used, big two-handed swords and no shield. And I wanted to be like, that's my jam, but... I mean, I've already used the shield.
General Rodan, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I mean, I think that actually did slightly better. I'm finding Lance Connect art. Hang on. That's what Jaren's based on. I've got 45 minutes.
General Rodan, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Yeah, the Lance... I could put the Lance Connects back up. So the Lance Connects were mercenaries. And the idea with them is that they would fight with these massive two-handed swords and they'd be right up the front. So the idea was like, they're at the most dangerous position and they have no real means of defending themselves. You just charge them. And then they... because it's so dangerous, they offer them a ton of money. And the way that they got people to do it is that they said the Lance Connects weren't governed by... They weren't beholden to the sumptuary laws, which were like the laws about like what you are and aren't allowed to spend on things. So they encouraged them to spend their money on like the most outrageous, like colourful dyes and fabrics that they could find. As kind of like a, hey, if you join the Lance Connects, if you become a mercenary, this is what you can afford. So they had absolutely incredible drip.
General Rodan, a pleasure to see you after all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
by the way, for people who weren't here, when I fought Midra, Mother of Fingers... sorry, Metra. Metia, Mother of Fingers. She had the absolute shortest stagger window I've ever seen. I literally think it was like half a second. So if you went directly facing her weak point, you just, like, couldn't do it. Okay, you run really far away from that. Oh, okay, he's kissing.
It's up to you now. Grant Trina's one wish.
I don't think this is happening tonight. Well, apparently there's another boss I haven't done. Let's try that one again. Apparently there's a boss up here. Beneath the Shadowkeep dungeon. Okay. Okay. Got the classic look back. Oh, there's a way to drain the water in Church District. Okay. Let's do that instead. Right. Oh, is it the thing that's under the water? Hang on. Okay, so there's a boss. There's an area I haven't done yet called... I've done part of it called Church District. The boss of that is like the Erdtree avatar. This is a mop-up operation. What I'll try to do is I'll try to get all 20 fragments. And then I will... all 20 levels, or at least like 19 or something, and then I'll come back. Because I'm just doing so little damage it doesn't seem feasible. Unless I constantly bleed him. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I know there's like... When I came here the first time, I suspected there was a way to drain the water. But I never found it, and then I just popped out the back and fought Gaius. So I'm like, oh, maybe there isn't one. But... This is very, like, New Londo. And failing that, I will get a faster weapon with bleed and just try to bleed him out. And yeah, I totally believe they went through multiple bosses and at one point that was Godwin. Because Mikkela's whole thing is like, he has all this stuff like, oh brother, like, but you finally died. This is a really annoying jump to make. Like that jump is like a pixel for... It's like 1 pixel less than your maximum jump distance. Hang on. Rakasha's Great Katana. Dragon Hunter's Great Katana. Gyros Twin Blade. Okay, 555, 57. I have a Blood Uchi. I've got Moonveil. Bloodhound's Fang. I need 17 dex. I need 1 more dex and I can use Bloodhound's Fang without needing to respec. That's probably something to think about. I'm pretty certain I have enough runes left over to get 1 level out of it. Yeah, don't worry about spoilers at this point because, like, this is literally just the mop-up. It's also possible I'll, like, beat Radahn off-stream and then just use the PS4's record function. And just play it back later, because that's what I did with Melania. Round 2. I also died here the first time because there's not much space. Okay, good. There's apparently a ladder that I'm missing. Oh, there. Okay. That's presumably what I want there. Okay, that's very New Londo. How do I get there? Roof hole, okay. I went here before and I just popped out the other end and Gaius was there and I thought that was the whole area, so. Did I get any other Sites of Grace here? I don't think I did, okay. Like, I know there's Fire Knights around here. There's like one in there. Yeah, there is. Oh, it's okay. It's here, isn't it? Yeah, like I was saying this at the start, but I kind of don't, I don't really believe all of this was I know it's based on Martin's world building, but, I don't know how much of it is based on, like, how much of it is sort of this, how much of it was planned out to begin with, because, like, what's going on in the Realm of Shadow is very, very, very similar in a lot of ways to what was going on in the underground world. Like the Eternal Cities and like Shifra River and Ainsel River stuff. To the point where, like, with the benefit of this DLC, I look at those underground areas and I think, alright, but what is the point of this place now? Because you basically just did most of that again. But, you were like, but I'm going to be way more overt about why it's important, to the point where it now makes the underground parts seem almost redundant. Because the underground parts are like, it's the place where, like, you know, the Horned Shaman people are, and it's the place that, like, has these ties to Marika, where Marika came from. And it's the place where, like, the stars impacted, but, like, all of that is now on the Lands of Shadow. And they're way more overt about, yeah, this is the important one. So I'm just like, I don't know anymore. I want the secret thing that Melania whispered to Radahn during their final battle to just be ow. There was definitely something moving under the water. And I'm assuming that was this, like, Erdtree avatar thing. Is that it? No. No. Time for grab. No Sin, you're the best. No Sin. You killed them. Am I back where I started? Yeah! This is where I started, but now the what? Okay, cool. Right, I get it. I'm sorry, I just got some really good news from my friend. Yeah, my friend, her cat, it looks like there's something wrong with its spine, and it was having trouble urinating, and I had this inflamed bladder, and it was in a whole lot of pain. And, okay, like, literally yesterday, I was at the vet with her for well over an hour, while we were just, like, trying to figure out, like, what we're gonna do. And she literally just texted me that second to say that he finally urinated after the vet gave us these pills that they're kind of like a laxative. They relax the muscles because he can't properly relax them himself because of his spine. And yeah, she just said like he's finally went, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Sorry about this. It's literally just about to be midnight, and I want to make sure that she knows I saw this. Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's really good to hear. Oh. So that's just an ulcerated tree spirit. That's not a Erdtree avatar. I'd just like to point out that, like, to give you a rough idea of, like, what my friendship group is actually like outside of Sin, like, I know 2 people in my actual friendship group who've played Elden Ring, and 1 other who's heard of it, and no one else has, and sometimes, you know, we mostly just talk about cats. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay, so this turns on... Okay, so that turns on... Right, so that turns on Great into that Rune Arcs, right. Okay, here's a really good... Here's a story, right, about how little I actually talk about, like, this stuff in like, my offline life. I was talking to someone the other day who I sort of knew. And we were getting to know each other a little bit. And she said, like, oh, you know, like, I don't know if, like, we'd have that much in common. I'm kind of a weird nerd. I don't really, like, do anything. I mean, and she goes, I mean, look at my desk. And she shows me her desk. And in the corner of the desk is a 1/12 scale statue of Dragon Slayer Ornstein. And I'm like, no, I think we're going to get on fine. Oh, okay. Well, it's the same thing. Other weird stuff's happened. I had a friend, I was waiting with her at the bus stop, and she just went like, hey, yeah, Sophie, I'm watching this weird show. I don't know if you've heard of it. You probably haven't. It's called Twin Peaks. And I'm like, it's literally part of the trans entrance exam. That person I just mentioned there, she's also, I'm forever, like, I'm sort of like, she gave me a massive confidence boost because she was talking to me another time. She's 28, and she went, you know, Sophie, people our age. And I'm like, I'll take it. Another friend of mine went to a comic convention here, and she came back and she had a little Bayonet keychain. And I was like, oh look, you got a little Bayonet keychain. And she went, oh, you've heard of Berserk? So... I guess that gives a rough idea of how little I actually talk about this stuff outside of YouTube. Do I have to go... Hang on. Do I have to go back and, like, do another chunk of this? My partner has an autographed Laura Palmer photo in her living room. I have an autograph... Hang on, I'll show you, because this is clearly going nowhere. I'll show you what I've got. This is my one autographed photo. It is RC's 80s voice actor, Susan Blue, who has autographed this still from Transformers the movie. This is my RC shrine, by the way. There's probably about $700 worth of RC in there. There's a couple of, like that statue and that one there, they're like limited run resin things, and then that's like an unofficial one, but she costs about $250. Oh, we'll do Deadly Premonition. Sin would love Deadly Premonition. I have an RC shrine, and I have 2 snail shrines, and I'm working on a 3rd snail shrine at the moment. Okay, I thought that was alright. Can I do this bit again? Oh. So that over there, that was called the prayer room key. That was the prayer room key. It just gave us a spirit ash. I haven't seen anything new about Tome, but I've really not been reading the item descriptions. I've just sort of been exploring. For God's sake. Okay, hang on. Will I die? No? Okay. I could hear some weird whispering. Wait, what? Okay. Alright. Oh, that's just to get back up, okay. Yeah, this is the thing, like, about Mikola and Torrent. Like, I'm guessing there were a lot of plans. And, like, there's, like, they show off, like, the cutscene of, like, Marika kind of creating everything. That doesn't seem to be in there at all. There's, like, Mikola reaching his hand out. That's not in anything. So that's the Marika statue. I'm guessing you just jump onto that? They mention, like, seduction and betrayal, and I'm like, where was the seduction? Is it just... Is the seduction and betrayal Mikola and Moog? Because that's, like, a little... It's a little fucked up. This is gonna be a boss, isn't it? No, good, okay. Ooh. Is this completely pointless? Looks like it is. Okay, I notice I'm like 50k off a level, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna burn, what's that, 50k. Another 5,000. And I'm gonna put one more point in Dex, which will let me use Bloodhound Fang. Which is a fast weapon that's got bleed. So that might help me against Radahn. Oh, okay. Creative camera work. Okay, so that's like the saw seal, scar seal thing. So I guess that makes it that like the what are they? I don't know why I've got a great shield thing on still. I'm silly. I don't need a lot of these on. Hang on. Yeah, I guess that makes it like this. The saw seals and scar seals like someone else's eyeball that she's put the runes on. Where's the boss? I can't use torrent. Is it this big sunflower here? Is it letting me target it? Okay. I'm assuming multiple phases, because this thing... Yep. Shit. Wrong button. Well, it's after midnight. I'll give this one more shot. Is this only 2 phases? Or is there a third one? Because people were telling me there's a 3-phase boss that's like really, really annoying. Okay, it's only 2 phases. I can probably do it. Oh, it's 3 phases. Great. Bring out shield. Oh, that's... Yes, okay, good. Good thinking. And I want... And the... Great shield. Okay. Is that a jump thing? Yeah, I've got everything except the... Oh, no, I haven't beat, Bale. And there's, like, a bunch of little minor, like, demi-humans I haven't fought. No, Taish. Okay, now I get to see the part everyone complains about. Oh. Okay, its defense doesn't change. Oh! It was... okay. Michaela's Great Rune. I was expecting some Erdtree fragments. Retains the power to reusable. Oh, do you use this when he does the... Do you use this when he does the kiss thing? The Erdtree is the shadow of the Erdtree, born of dark notions that bear no sense of order, that twist and bend its stock, rendering it brittle. Okay. I literally came here to look for Erdtree. You can't use the rune. Yeah, I figured you use the rune in the fight with Michaela to get rid of the... Yeah, okay. I can level up. I haven't been grabbed twice, no. Well, I mean... Where are this... Julie, this thing should have dropped Erdtree fragments? I don't know. Anyway. Well, I did it. Am I gonna have to go back to Hugh and get him to... I probably will. I think that's enough for tonight. Probably won't do this tomorrow because I will I'll probably have someone over tomorrow night. I don't want to make them watch me do this. I'll give Radahn a shot. The thing is, I may actually just not.
Now.
My reaction to Meteor, it's the last episode. You can watch it there. I may actually just not bother with it, because we've seen everything apart from whatever you get at the end of the Radahn fight, and I don't know if I want to stream myself doing that for an eternity, so... Bloodhound's Fang. What else do we have? Can almost wield some of the katanas. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the... It's a sword. Oh god, there are so many weapons in this thing. The peel needs on the... Because this thing is like a win button against some bosses. Oh, I can't make a Bloodhound's Fang because it's got Bloodhound's Step. It's got Bloodhound's Finesse added permanently, so I can't actually do anything to it. Blood Uchigatana. Yeah, I should probably just go. I've never visited Europe. I went to New Zealand when I was a child, but that barely counts. It's kind of like just if you're American, you go to Canada. Anyway, yeah, I think we'll just call it. Like, we've seen everything up to Radahn, Miquella. I don't want to stream myself fighting Radahn and Miquella for an hour. You can look it up on YouTube, I guess. As far as I'm aware, you don't get anything really out of it. It doesn't give you a new ending or anything. So I think that's probably the end of these streams. And that's the end of me playing Shadow of the Erdtree on stream. I'll go and beat Radahn later. We'll do some, like, reaction thing to it, but, yeah, I think we're just kind of done at this point. So, yeah, I'll, see you all later. I am not pulling it... No, if I were pulling a Dark Side fill, I would have done it for, like, a couple of hours and then be like, this is fucking bullshit. I just don't want to make people watch it. Anyway, yeah, we got rid of, like... I don't know, most of the bosses, I think. Yeah, like, we got... Dancing Lion, Twin Moon Knight, Pre-Trust, yeah, I'll see what I do. I definitely won't be tomorrow, though, because I've got stuff going on, so... I'll call that a day. And I'll see all of you around, I guess. Possibly day after tomorrow, we'll see how it goes, but maybe